I'm not sure how long that
Hey
would take
guys,
to make
welcome
the
in.
balance, but this is like
Matrix Media again.
if I work four
We're
days
watching
a
a
week,
trial of a
that's probably like
60-year-old
eight
boy
hundred
that was
dollars a
strangled to
week.
death, but right now we're just waiting on court to come back. So we're checking out Judge Simpson.
That you could put toward your rent?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
But you don't start that until the 19th.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're going to make that work.
Do they still have short-term loans at EMU?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have you checked?
I tried. I think it was something with, I didn't get approved, I think, when I tried, but that was last year.
But you haven't tried this year.
No, because I was in this situation before, so I tried, but I didn't get approved.
So what? You didn't try this time? No.
No, because I really think the problem was probably the credit score. That's what it was.
How much is your monthly rent?
I say roughly 750.
With everything, it's about 1,000. The rent is 729. Utilities are another couple hundred.
What year are you in school?
My senior year.
What are you studying to be?
I'm trying to be a film producer.
So you graduate this upcoming year.
Yeah, I graduated in April.
You got to find a way to get there.
Judge don't like that because he doesn't want to thwart that at
Where
all.
are you from?
I'm from East Point, Michigan.
You do all your 4 years up here?
Yeah, and then I've been.
I think
at
East
Penn
Point's a good
since my
area.
sophomore year, so this is just like
Upper
my
class
last year.
area.
And I'm just trying to figure a way to pay all this off, so by the time I graduate, wherever I end up, I can have a new place instead of being in the Ypsi area. Because I'm really planning on living somewhere where my job opportunity takes me.
Okay, so between now, you think you can come up with 800 between now and the 14th?
Yes.
You sure? Okay, so two things. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to take a judgment today. I'm going to adjourn you out to the 14th. You need to get that. I'm going to put in here that you need to get $800 to the landlord.
Okay.
Okay, by the 14th. Get it paid before that if you can.
Okay.
All right, I'll work with you, young man, but you got to do your part.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to adjourn it to November 14th.
Your Honor, this is over the plaintiff's objection.
This is over the
And
plaintiff's.
My concern is he's going to be going backwards.
Pardon?
My concern is he's going to be going backwards.
If he doesn't get that paid, but what I'm trying to do is if he can get that 800 in, it may go up a little because of the other charges, but he'll be right in that same ballpark and then he'll be working. Right?
Yes.
So that's what I'm trying to get him to. So I am doing this over plaintiff's objection, November 14th, 2025 at 12 noon. You got to come back in and then we'll see if they can work something out. Now, the key to this is get that 800 paid as soon as you can, young man.
Okay.
All right. Usually I won't let this click over into the next month, but I'm going to give you a shot.
Okay.
Okay. Partially because when I retire, I need people to keep paying Social Security. No, I'm kidding. All right. Okay.
I love this
we'll do it
man.
that way.
Okay. Thank you.
Can't blame that one on that mouse. Wow, wow. And I know, I realize you're the mouse defender. Court does call the case of Riverside Apartments versus Deshara McKinney.
I don't know if the court received a note. I received a note from East Neighborhood Center that she's still hospitalized.
Oh, she is? Okay.
I'd like a judgment. I understand the court might extend the redemption date, given that she's not there now, and so the immediate danger isn't in effect. We do have I think we have a 1 month notice to quit. I'm not sure. I'd have to check.
That's already, okay. I'll grant a judgment. No tribal issue after hearing. How much is owing? I was gonna do the 17th. Who's that? Pardon?
Not it. I'll get a judgment in. It's sitting right here in front of me, of course.
All right. So here's what I'll do, Miss Fink. You're gonna talk to this young lady here.
Yes, sir.
I got the next block. I want to start the video, come back. I'll get yours and then just roll right into the next block and we'll get these two called. Okay? All right. So I'll pass those two. We'll call Evergreen versus Mangum, Evergreen versus Abdelatif, Glencoe versus Whitfield, Glencoe versus
He's represented by Ms. Parham and Ms. Marisic. Mr. Zentner and Ms. Mayer are both here for the people. We're outside the presence
And
of
we're
our
back
jury.
in court.
Are we ready for our next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks. If you could invite our jury in, please. Oh, yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm. It's great, thanks. When you start, it should stay where it is, though. Okay.
Courts. Those are defense, that's courts.
Okay.
Those are just the photos.
Looks like it's staying there, so.
Do you want the court to have copies? I thought you said, I mean, I have an extra set, but yeah, I thought you said that it does or doesn't. I do have an extra set if you need it.
So I reset it, but you may need to adjust it. Great.
How many tries?
Jury's coming in. That's why they're standing.
Thank you. Please be seated. For the record, our jury has joined us back in the court. Welcome back, everybody. And when we left off for our lunch recess, we were ready for the people's next witness. So Mr. Zentner, the people's next witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. One moment. Thank you, Your Honor. The people would call Dr. Dean Havlick.
Okay, doctor, if you can have a seat in the black chair by the microphone, and I'll give you an oath once you get seated. Thanks. You'd raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You're direct whenever you're ready, Mr. Zentner. Thank
This is the
Thank you, Your
doctor, I believe, or the coroner, I'm sorry, medical examiner.
Dr. Havlet, could you please state and spell your name?
Sure, it's Dean Havlik, Havlik, first name Dean, Dean.
Thank you, sir. What do you do for a living?
I'm a general pathologist and a forensic pathologist. I'm based out of Grand Junction. My office is based at a community hospital here in Grand Junction.
You stated that you're a pathologist, a general pathologist, and a forensic pathologist. What's the difference between the two?
Sure, I practice both hospital pathology and forensic pathology. I am board certified in both hospital pathology and in forensics. I am hospital pathology. In pathology, it's just like any other specialty like surgery or pediatrics or family practice. I decided to do my specialty in pathology, and pathology is the study of how disease affects humans. There's different specialties of pathology. Forensic pathology is one of those. I not only do general pathology, which is hospital-based pathology, meaning I oversee the lab at community hospital. I look at biopsies under the microscope a lot, diagnosing cancers and lung disease, heart disease, things like that for the hospital. But other part of my practice is forensic pathology. I'm board certified in forensics, and I am also the elected coroner here in Mesa County. And so I do a lot of autopsies determining how people die here in Mesa County.
Thank you, sir. You had testified that you, as the elected coroner, how long have you been the elected coroner here in Mesa County?
That's a little bit complicated. So here in Mesa County, we have term limits for the coroner. I was the elected coroner for 12 years. So here in Mesa County, you can serve as coroner for 3 terms of 4 years. I was the elected coroner from 2007 until 2019. So I served my 12 years, and then I got term limited for 4 years. So I had to sit out 4 years, and then I became coroner again. So in 2023. So I'm in my 3rd year of my 2nd stint as coroner. So in total, I've been the coroner about 15 years.
In terms of being the coroner and then you're the elected coroner for Mesa County, is that right?
Correct.
Your work as a pathologist and a forensic pathologist, who employs you in those capacities?
Well, as the coroner, the citizens of Mesa County employ me, I guess. I'm an elected position, so I serve the people of Mesa County for my coroner position. I have my own business. It's called the Pathology Group. As far as my pathology, when I have a contract with Community Hospital to do the laboratory work in the hospital pathology with Community Hospital. And then I also do autopsies for pretty much all the counties around in Western Colorado. Our office does autopsies not only for Mesa County, but for pretty much all of Western Colorado. So I'm employed with my own company, the Pathology Group, but also the elected coroner, so an employee of Mesa County.
When you offer opinions in terms of autopsy reports, is that stem from your work as a forensic pathologist? Is that the experience that you bank on for that?
Yes, for sure.
In terms of, just a couple more questions on this, in terms of being the elected coroner, somebody who does an autopsy on an unattended death has to be a certified forensic pathologist, is that right?
Here in Colorado, there is a statute that states that to do a forensic autopsy, you must be a board certified forensic pathologist. And that's a good thing to have. That's important. And so here in Colorado, to do a forensic based autopsy, like in this case, you have to be a board certified forensic pathologist.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach with exhibits? I provided counsel for the record, exhibits 600, 602, 601, 333, 334, 335, And then 603 through 609. And then also 612 and 610. May I approach?
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
I
Just
didn't
for the
keep
record.
track of all of them, but we'll get back to it. You can continue to approach with your witness as well, Mr. Zentner. Thanks for asking them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Before I ask you about that statute, sir, that you mentioned, most coroners, are you part of a coroners association here in Colorado?
Our office is part of the Colorado Coroners Association, which is the group that oversees or helps with coroner's office here in Colorado. Yes,
Are most coroners in Colorado forensic pathologists?
they are not. So there's very few forensic pathologists in the U.S. Here in Colorado, there's about 15 board certified forensic pathologists in Colorado. Most are centered in the Denver area. And here in Western Colorado, I'm a board certified forensic pathologist here in Western Colorado. I have two other board certified forensic pathologists actually work with me and under me that help our office out and also serve Western Colorado. Most elected coroners in Colorado are not. They're usually are not forensic pathologists. They're usually lay people that hire forensic pathologists to be their consultants, basically. So I do help other counties around us, the lay coroners around us that help with their forensic pathology questions and autopsies.
Great. Last question on this issue. If I could point your attention, please, to what's been marked for identification purposes as People's Exhibit 612. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a copy of the coroner's statutes, some of the coroner's statutes, and it basically, it's one of the statutes that specifies who can.
For the witness reading, I knew that this content is.
Okay, and did you say exhibit 612?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, the list I have is different, I think.
Thank you. 611. One moment, Judge.
Sure.
So this is 611. Okay. I think that's 612, Judge. Is that what you have?
Mine is labeled 612.
Okay, thank you.
We'll update the court's list. Thank
That's
you.
okay. I think I overheard the paralegal say that 612 and 611 need to be reversed on the property list. Is that right?
Great.
Okay, thank you. I can just do that myself.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. And then in terms of the objection, Judge, I have a couple follow-up questions for Dr. Havlick.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Havlick, you had mentioned the law that requires autopsies of when a death is apparently non-natural, that an autopsy must be conducted by a forensic pathologist. The exhibit marked for identification purposes is 612. Does that appear to be that law?
Yes.
Your Honor, for purposes of this hearing, the people would seek to introduce into evidence the law 30-10-606.5. Thank you.
Do you have an objection, Ms. Marisic?
Yes, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Oh, sure. Thank you.
So this guy's a forensic pathologist, a general pathologist, which is basically both, and a coroner. Quite the hat there, I would have to say, which most doctors usually have a couple different hats that they wear. But this guy seems to be well-rounded. I really don't like that this defense team, they've approached like 5 times already. Like, why can't you put your objection on the record? You know what I mean? Let's go to sidebar. Let's do Boston style court and do sidebars at the bench every single time off the record, or I mean, off the screen, like Judge Cannoni in the Karen Reed trial. You know, watching that, she did that every single time. They're still trying to get the transcripts from the sidebars from Karen Reed's first and I believe second trial. So I just find it odd. I had a lot of confidence in this all-female defense team, but it's dwindling away slowly but surely. I'm losing confidence in them. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button for my YouTubers, and don't forget to hit that follow button on Twitch. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you. Trying to build the channel here. It's going to be fun. It's going to be everlasting. So, you guys are the beginners to this community. That must be his mom back there in the pink sweater and the white hair, the elderly lady. I'm assuming that's his mother or maybe grandmother. But she's all about it. She's in it. She's all involved in it by the looks of it. I don't mean involved in the crime. I mean involved in what's going on here. All right, we're back.
The objection to Exhibit 612 is sustained.
Dr. Havlick, are you authorized by law to perform anatomical autopsies in a situation where a death is non-natural?
Yes.
What are other types of professions that wouldn't be allowed to perform such an autopsy?
Basically, every other profession. The only profession that is authorized is a forensic pathologist.
Thank you. You had talked a little bit about your role in conducting autopsies as a forensic pathologist. The first thing I'd like to ask you is what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is performed to help determine cause and manner of death. And it again, it's done by a forensic pathologist. And an autopsy goes through a stepwise fashion. First, we do an external exam looking for any external injuries, documenting all those, and then doing an internal exam. That's what a typical autopsy is done in that sequence fashion. Then we also examine medical records. We perform toxicology on most cases, and then we write an autopsy report. So there's a lot that goes into doing a forensic autopsy.
Right. In terms of a forensic autopsy and the manner that you just laid out, the general process, examining external, internal, medical records, toxicology, is the way you do an autopsy similar in most cases in terms of how you get receipt of a body and how you get to work?
It is. It's pretty standardized as far as how we perform our duties. Yes.
I'll talk to you a little bit more about the standardization of that and that process. How many autopsies have you done, head to toe anatomical autopsies where your hands on a body and you're examining internal, external, things like that?
I'm pretty good at keeping track of my numbers with things like this. So I've done 4,636.
Out of the 4,636.
That's
head-to-toe,
impressive. Like I
hands-on
said, this man is
autopsies,
top of the line.
How many of those, let me ask you this. In terms of an autopsy, the primary goals in terms of your findings in an autopsy are what?
Primary goals is to determine cause and manner of death, and again, documenting any and all injuries appropriately, and making sure we're signing the death certificate accurately. And again, our two main goals is determining cause and manner of death. Cause of death meaning why the person died, gunshot wound, stab wound, heart attack, strangulation. Those are all causes of death. And then manner of death, here in Colorado, we have 5 choices for manner of death that we have to pigeonhole each death into, and that's homicide, accident, suicide, natural, and undetermined. So each death gets pigeonholed into one of those. So cause and manner of death are numbers 1 and 2 goals.
The 4,636 autopsies that you've done, what percentage of those have had a manner of death of homicide?
Well, I just looked at those numbers recently, and I've done about 170 homicides.
So in terms of a percentage, 3.5%,
Yeah,
something
sounds
like
about
that?
right. Yes.
All right. In your role, in your experience in training as a forensic pathologist, what's the difference between anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology?
That's what I was getting at when I first started my testimony. Hospital pathology is anatomic and clinical pathology. Clinical pathology is basically overseeing a laboratory, like what I do. I oversee the laboratory at community hospital. I'm essentially responsible for all the lab tests that come out of community hospital. My name is on all the laboratory reports, and it's under my name that it ensures that the laboratory is putting out quality results and accurate results. So that's what a clinical pathology is. Anatomic pathology is basically looking at it in the microscope, diagnosing cancers, looking at lung pathology, looking at heart pathology, things of that sort. That's what anatomic pathology. And forensic pathology is a subspecialty of anatomic pathology.
In terms of your education and training, can you summarize that?
Sure. After college, I went to my undergraduate school at Arizona State University, got my undergraduate degree there. Then I went off to medical school at Medical College of Pennsylvania, which is in Philadelphia. Got my MD degree there, spent 4 years in Philadelphia. Then I did my residency in pathology, just like a surgeon does a residency in surgery, a pediatrician does residency in pediatrics. I did my residency in pathology. That took 5 years. Part of that 5 years at University of New Mexico, I did 1 year neuropathology fellowship, meaning 1 year of intensive training in brain pathology. And then after my 5 years of residency in brain pathology, I did a 1 year forensic pathology fellowship. During that 1 year, you're basically intense training and doing autopsies and determining cause and manner of death. So 14 years after high school was the training I received.
In terms of your CV or your expanded resume, if I could point your attention, please, to what's been marked for identification purposes as People's Exhibit 610. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is that?
That, just like you stated, that is my CV.
Okay. And does that include the things that you've discussed so far, plus licenses and certifications, professional memberships, honors, committees, teaching experience, and presentation, special interest, abstracts, manuscripts, manuals, things like that?
It does.
Your Honor, people would seek to introduce into evidence 612. I'm sorry, 610. Thank you.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, this is hearsay. I can approach for further argument.
Mr. Zentner?
Here we go again. We got to approach for all the
Your
arguments.
Honor,
You can
Rule
tell she's new.
702, I think it goes to the skills, experience, training, education of this witness. Thank you.
You can approach. Ms. Marcich. Feel free to stretch.
She's new. This is blatantly obvious that she's new. This is probably her first murder trial. Blatantly obvious.
The objection is sustained.
Do you recognize that 10-page document in front of you as your CV or resume?
Yes.
Thank you. You've already talked a little bit about your job description and your education in terms of your fellowships, residency, med school, undergrad. What licensure and certifications do you have?
I'm licensed to practice medicine in Colorado, and I am board certified in both general pathology and also forensic pathology.
What does it mean to be board certified in general and then with respect to both of those areas?
Yeah, so that just means that I've done the necessary training. I completed a pathology residency and I've completed a forensic pathology fellowship. And then after completing that training, we undergo an intense board examination that we have to pass. So it just says that I basically have done the training and also passed the examinations to become certified.
What do you do in order to maintain your skills and expertise as a forensic pathologist?
That's important. It's important to me to stay up to date on the literature with both general pathology and forensic pathology. I attend meetings each year, including a forensic pathology, our main forensic pathology meeting, which was actually just a week ago. So I attend those each year and stay up to date on the literature.
In terms of any developments in the area of autopsies and determining objectively manner, cause of death, things like that, what do you do to stay on top of that?
Again, review the literature constantly, attend the national meetings each year, and basically stay up to date on everything.
Professional memberships, do you have any of those?
I'm a member of our two main forensics organization, which is the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then also the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. Those are the two forensics organizations. And I'm also a member of three hospital general pathology organizations, the United States and Canadian Academy of Pathology, and then the ASCP, which is American Society of Clinical Pathologists, and then also the College of American Pathologists. So 5 organizations.
Have you received awards from your work as a forensic pathologist and medical doctor?
I have, yes, I am in the National Honor Society for Medicine. That's the American organization that has the National Society, and yes, and that's the main one. I've also was the Professional of the Year for Mesa County. That was very nice and very important to me. That was a couple years ago. So yes.
Thank you. What committees are you on, and how do those factor into your work as a forensic pathologist?
In forensics, I am one of the inspectors for offices for the National Association of Medical Examiners. So I once a year I go inspect other offices to make sure they're following all the standards and practicing forensic pathology appropriately. So on a national level, I am one of the inspectors for that. So like last year, I inspected Mayo Clinic, which was a great experience for me. So I inspected Mayo Clinic's lab and made sure Mayo Clinic was doing the appropriate things forensically. So
Go ahead.
so that's the main forensics type of committee I'm on.
In terms of just related to your work as a coroner, as a pathologist, as a forensic pathologist, are you also on the board of directors at Community Hospital?
I just got term limited off there. That was an 8-year term that I just got term limited just a few months ago, but I was on the board of the Community Hospital, yes.
What experience and training do you have in terms of, I'm sorry, not training, what experience do you have in terms of teaching experience and presentations?
I've done a number of presentations in the past and teaching. Of course, here in Mesa County, we're not a teaching institute where I'm at now. It's not a university type setting where I'm at now, but we do get medical students and rotate through on occasion. But because we're not at a university-based setting, it's not frequent.
In terms of any special interest that are related to forensic pathology or just special interests that you have?
Yes, brain pathology is one of my special interests. I did a year fellowship in brain pathology, neuropathology, so that is one of my interests, is neuropathology.
Thank you. What are abstracts when it comes, and manuscripts when it comes to documenting those on your CV?
I've done a number of manuscripts, which are basically articles, scholarly articles that get published in medical literature. So I've done a number of those. Most of those are forensics related, and a lot of them are related to brain pathology and pediatric pathology. An abstract is basically just a summary of a research type of situation someone has done. So I've done a few of those.
In terms of one of your manuscripts, do you recall a manuscript, an autopsy and medicine case of the month, incidental and not so incidental findings?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And when you go into an autopsy, do you have your mind made up? How do you guard against maintaining objectivity and determining the cause and manner of death?
That's very important to remain unbiased on every case that we investigate. We are our own office. We do not work for the DA's office. We don't work for the defense. We are our own office, and we are obligated to find the truth and to discover the facts and present them to law enforcement, present them to the attorneys, and come to conclusions about cause and manner of death. There should be no bias involved, and there is not with our office. That's very important. We go into each case with an open mind, with trying to figure out the facts and what the cause and manner of death is.
You had testified earlier as to those 4,636 hands-on autopsies you've done, and a fraction of those resulted in the manner of death being homicide. Do you ever disagree with police?
Yes, that is not, yes, we are sometimes have differences of opinion, and we work that out and we talk, and sometimes they still don't agree, and other times they come around. So yes.
Thank you. And then the last thing.
The bench, sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you.
Feel free to stretch.
I think we're already worse than the Karen Reed trial, both of them.
All right, sorry, you can proceed when you're ready, Mr. Zentner. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. And the last thing I want to ask you, your name was brought up yesterday, I think, by one of the jurors in terms of basketball and this blackout. What community involvement do you have here?
Well, that's another thing that's very important to me. I really enjoy giving back to the community. So I'm the head of a nonprofit here in Mesa County called GJ Blackout, and we recently just opened a youth sports facility, and that is again giving back to the community, and this is just my way of doing that.
In terms of autopsies.
Like I said,
you've
he's just
explained what those
stellar.
are,
He's an
your role
awesome
in
man.
those and the number that you've done. Are all deaths go through an autopsy or an examination?
They do not. A lot of people may think that every death gets an autopsy. That is not true. It's actually a minority of deaths get an autopsy. Our office investigates about 40% of deaths here in Mesa County. If a person dies at a hospital and it's under the care of a physician and it's an obvious natural death, then our office won't get involved. Our office gets involved with any violent death, any death that is a concern to the community, to law enforcement, to attorneys, and also any violent death we get involved in. And of those cases, we don't necessarily do an autopsy in all of them. We do an autopsy in only about 10% of deaths in Mesa County. And the cases that get an autopsy are those violent deaths, potential homicides get an autopsy. Any motor vehicle accident will get an autopsy. Any suicide will get an autopsy. So any death that there's a suspicion of a violent nature.
Thank you. Out of those 4,636 head to toe autopsies you've done, do you have an idea of how many, what percentage you've done on children?
Yes, I actually just looked at that number today, this morning before I came here, because I thought that question would come up. 270 children. And when I say children, it's 18 and under.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the people would seek to qualify Dr. Havlick as an expert to provide opinions in forensic pathology, including but not limited to cause and manner of death.
She's going to object, watch.
Do you have an objection, Ms.
approach.
Marasich?
No objection.
I do find the doctor is so qualified, he'll be
I'm
allowed to
impressed.
express his opinions in that area. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Havlick, how many times have you been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology and offered opinions in terms of cause and manner of death?
This is the testimony number 101 for me. Of those 101, there have been a few where it did not involve a deceased person. So as far as determining cause and manner of death, meaning someone had to die, I would say in the 80s, somewhere in the 80s.
Thank you. Dr. Havlick, in preparation for today, do you recall in early July of 2016 conducting a complete anatomical autopsy on a 6-year-old named Martin Ozinski?
Yes.
How did you become involved in that case?
So that, again, at that time, I was the elected coroner. The elected coroner is the person, I think of that person as the case coordinator of the death. They're the ones that review medical records, decide if an autopsy needs to be done, things of that sort. So I found out about the death from our investigators. Our office employs investigators that are the ones that go to the scene, go to the hospital, basically pick up the body and bring the body to us. Our investigators also do their own investigation aside from law enforcement. So my investigator basically informed me of this death.
You had testified earlier that you tried to conduct autopsies similarly in terms of your review of the body for external injuries, internal injuries, reviewing medical records, relevant medical records, and then also toxicology. Was that the case in 2016? Is that the same process you followed?
It is, yes.
In terms of your actual autopsy report, did you try to follow the same outline for each of your autopsy reports?
Yes.
Why do you, as a forensic pathologist who's done so many of these autopsies, why do you try to have some consistency, at least in the method of your examination?
That can be important for any pathologist. That way you're not skipping steps. If you do things repetitively in every case, then you're going to be more uniform with your work. You're going to be more accurate with your work. It's basically practice when you think about it. So it's good to have a stepwise fashion when you do anything in life, and forensic pathology is no different.
In terms of medical records that you talked about earlier and the history of a case that presents to you, is it common for forensic pathologists to at least consider medical records and the reason why a body is coming into their examination room?
Yes, the autopsy is not everything in cases. Autopsy is just one piece of the puzzle, and you cannot take autopsy results. You can't take those results in a box. You have to consider everything, and it's important to review medical records. It's important to review the investigator's reports, not only our investigators, but law enforcement investigation. It's important to take into account some witness statements. It's important to take into account drug studies. So it's important to take everything into account on every case to come to your conclusions.
Thank you. And then in terms of how Martin Osinski appeared on your radar in early July of 2016, you had testified that you did have some information. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that information that is reasonably relied upon by experts in your field, forensic pathologists, in getting started on your examination?
Yes.
What information did you have about Martin Osinski?
Again, this was 9 years ago, but my memory is pretty clear on this case. What I remember about the case was that a family member brought his body into the ER and was basically pronounced dead very in close proximity after the child was brought into the ER. And so I knew that information. I had some basic medical records about some history of the child. I knew a bit about the child maybe being swimming at one point in time, close to the few days before his death. I knew about a possible history of asthma. I knew also he may have been ill for a few days, possibly before his death, but that was a little vague. Those are the main things.
And did you have some information from the emergency room in terms of any life-saving measures that were taken there, that sort of thing?
Yes.
And what was that?
He underwent CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. A tube was placed down his mouth to get oxygen to his lungs, to try to get oxygen to his lungs to help him try to breathe again. Those were the main things.
Do you recall then doing an autopsy investigation and writing a post-mortem examination report that summarized your findings into the the cause and manner of death of Martin Osinski?
Yes.
If I could point your attention, please, to what's been marked for identification purposes as People's Exhibit 600. Do you see that?
Yes. Sorry.
And what is that?
That is my autopsy report.
Okay. And does that contain, a summary of the information that you had with respect to Martin Osinski?
Yes.
And does that contain the process and the outline that you would follow in your autopsies that you would conduct in similar cases?
Yes,
Thank you. And does that ultimately also contain your opinion in terms of the cause and manner of death here?
yes,
All right. Your Honor, people would seek to admit into evidence People's Exhibit 600.
Is there any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, this is hearsay.
Mr. Zentner, you have to
Um,
respond.
Thank you, Judge. Can I ask a few more questions?
Oh, sure.
This post-mortem examination report, that's your autopsy report, is that right?
yes,
Those 4,636 autopsies, did all of those have autopsy reports that went along with them?
yes,
In terms of how you keep these reports in your office, do you document the information in these reports near in time to when you receive information and when you actually do the exams?
yes. I do have a personal goal to try to get everything complete, including the report, within 30 days after the autopsy.
And when you sign off on a report, is it because you're the one who actually received information and did these examinations?
Yes,
And in terms of prepping these reports, do you prep those and do so as part of your regular activity as a forensic pathologist?
yes,
And is it regular for you to keep these reports in your business and to generate these reports?
yes,
Thank you. And then finally, in terms of the overall report, does that contain your opinions with respect to to whatever death investigation that you're doing?
yes,
And in this case, the exhibit marked for identification purposes is 600. Is that the same here too? That all of those things I just walked you through is the same for Martin Hosinski's post-examination autopsy report?
yes,
Thank you, Judge. Pursuant to 703 and 8036, I would ask the court to admit this into evidence in terms of business, and that 8036 business includes profession, occupation, and calling of every kind, whether for profit or nonprofit. Thank you.
Ms. Marsic, do you have an objection?
Yes, Your Honor, the defense's position is still that this is hearsay, that exception has not been sufficiently met, and allowing this into evidence would violate Mr. Thrailkill's state and federal constitutional rights. Thank you.
The objections overruled. Exhibit 600 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. On page 1 of 600, and if I could publish 600, please. Thank you, Ms. Weimer. Thank you. Dr. Havlick, that first page of the postmortem examination report, your autopsy report of the death of Martin Osinski, that contains your opinions with respect to the cause of death and manner of death. Is that right?
yes.
There's a part up there that says other significant conditions. What would be the type of information that you would put there?
What goes in there often, especially in adults, is risk factors for like heart disease, like cigarette smoking would go there. If we were concerned about, like in a child, if we were concerned about some type of natural disease that would contribute to the death, that would go in there. In this particular case, there wasn't anything significant. Everything was pretty clear cut by the cause of death, and that was it. There was nothing else that would contribute to this death.
Thank you. In terms of that opinion paragraph, is that kind of the 35,000-foot summary of your opinion and your review of this matter?
Yes,
And your signature and then the date there?
yes.
That date hasn't happened, but was that 2016?
Yes, and I'm glad you brought that up. That is a typo in this report. That it should be 2016. So the 0 and the 1 is there interposed there. So I
Thank you.
apologize for that.
I'd like to point our attention to page 2, please. Those page 2 is, again, following through like your normal process or protocol on authoring your autopsy reports. That information at the top is information related to Martin Ozinski, and that's information you received from the hospital. Is that right?
Yes, it's basically demographic information, date of birth, date of death, things of that sort.
The date of death being listed as Saturday, July 2nd, 2016.
Yes,
The pronounced dead by Saba Rizvi, medical doctor.
yes.
All right, thank you. The law enforcement agency investigating the death, Grand Junction Police Department, that one shows Detective Prescott. In terms of your actual examination here, is it common for you to have people observing your actual anatomical autopsies?
It is. It's fairly frequent that law enforcement does attend the autopsies, and that is good for both of us. It's good for me to try to understand certain things about the investigation. It's good for them, so I can pass information about the autopsy that I'm seeing firsthand. So it's a good interaction to pass information back and forth when law enforcement is at the autopsy.
Thank you. In terms of that section, body transported by MCCO, is that the Mesa County Coroner's Office?
It is, yes.
Who's Chuck Nelson?
Chuck was an awesome investigator with our office. He is now retired, but he was basically I would say was my best investigator I've ever had. So he was one of our investigators.
What were some of Chuck's duties in 2016?
He was one of our investigators. He would be the gentleman that would go to the scene, collect the body, talk to the family. These investigators are also the ones that notify next of kin that their loved one has died. So if it's a motor vehicle accident on I-70, our investigators are the ones that end up at the family's door, and it's a really hard job. So the investigators, Chuck would also be the one talking to family, doing the initial talk with law enforcement, and then eventually I also get involved with the discussion with law enforcement.
The date and time of postmortem examination. You actually did this autopsy on July 4th at 11 a.m.
Yes.
Why did you think it was important to come in on a holiday, or why would you have come in on a holiday to do an examination in this type of case?
Yes, and my system is still the same today as it was 9 years ago. I try hard not to do autopsies on the weekends, not only to give me a break, but to give my office a break, my assistants a break. In this particular case, July 4th was a Monday. When we wait over the weekend, as you can imagine, on some weekends, and I don't want to remain crude, but sometimes the bodies start piling up over the weekend, and our Mondays can be challenging. So if I did not do this on Monday, Tuesday would have been a rough day. So that's why I did that on the holiday.
And then finally,
lawyers at the bench, I'm sorry. Can you approach the bench?
Oh no, he said something the judge didn't like. The body's piling up. At least I think that's what the comment, at least that's what I think it's about. Because he said not to be crude, but the bodies will pile up.
Mr. Zentner, sorry to interrupt. You can proceed.
No, thank you. Dr. Havlick, I think I was about to ask you about, we had talked about Chuck Nelson. Would Chuck Nelson, would some of his responsibilities be like, if you collected certain things, certain evidence from an autopsy, would he sometimes deliver that to law enforcement and document that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. The autopsy observer and assistant, the observer was Ed Prescott of the Grand Junction Police Department. And then, of course, Chuck Nelson assisted you in this exam. Is that right?
Yes.
Getting into your examination of Martin Osinski, the external examination, what is that?
Again, the autopsy is done in a stepwise fashion. The external examination details all the findings, the height, the weight, hair color, eye color, all the external features of the body.
And a paper bag encloses each hand. Is that common that you see that as the forensic pathologist?
On any case that we're concerned that there may be some violence involved with the death, our investigators are instructed to put paper bags over the hands just in case there's some evidence on the hand, under the fingernails, things of that sort.
In terms of any evidence here related to your cause, the cause of death that you opined here and the manner of death is what, sir?
Cause of death was asphyxia due to strangulation, and the manner of death was homicide.
Thank you. I'm going to refer you back to the cause and manner probably a couple times. But in terms of when you write this autopsy report, is it sequential basically? So one of the first things you do is that the external examination?
Yes.
At what point did you start seeing that there could be some evidence of criminality here?
Well, right off the bat, it was pretty obvious he had some injuries to the outside of his neck, to the skin of his neck, and then he had very pronounced petechiae, which I'm sure you'll ask about here in a bit, but he had very pronounced petechiae on his face, and that was evident pretty much right off the bat.
What is petechiae?
Petechiae is a fancy word basically for small blood vessels that basically burst, and you can see them in
Raccoon
a
eye,
few things.
like John O'Keefe.
One of the first things you think of when you see petechiae is that why they happen is that if there was some type of pressure above where the blood is flowing. So petechiae again are little small vessels that are bursting. It's because of a pressure effect. And they're usually on the face, and especially in strangulation cases, you may see them on the face, in the eyes, in the mouth. Those are common places to see petechiae in strangulation cases. Sometimes you see petechiae in strangulation cases, sometimes you don't. I see them about half the time in strangulation cases, petechiae. If you don't see them, it doesn't mean it's not a strangulation case, but if you do see them, it's just another sign that it could be strangulation.
When does petechiae occur? Like in those cases in strangulation that you've seen it happen, and in this case with Martin Osinski, when does that occur?
That occurs pretty much right at the time of the event, right at the time of strangulation. So when there's some type of pressure on the neck, the petechiae will happen pretty much right away.
And does that occur when the person is still alive?
Yes.
Can it happen after they are, if in a strangulation case, strangled to death?
Can it happen if someone's strangled? Yes.
Can it happen after they're strangled to death and they die?
No, that is not. Petechiae do not happen after death. It's a phenomenon that happens while a person is still alive.
In terms of the other causes of petechiae, you've testified today that one cause is strangulation. What are some other causes?
CPR can cause a few petechiae. You can see with CPR, you can see in some people a few petechiae here and there. Not like in this case. This case was impressive. Petechiae pretty much all over the face and in the eyes and mouth. So with CPR, you can see a few sometimes. You can see it with really bad coughing fits, hiccups, things like that. But again, just a few here and there, not a pronounced way as in this case.
You had testified that in CPR, you see just a few petechiae in the instances you've seen it. Is that the same with coughing and hiccups?
Yes.
And what would be the difference in your observations here in terms of the petechiae you saw versus petechiae you've seen with respect to other causes like CPR, coughing, hiccups, that sort of thing?
Yeah, again, in this case, it was the petechiae were very impressive. Probably the most I've ever seen in a death. And you do not see that pronouncement of petechiae with with natural type of events such as coughing or CPR. So they were impressive. It was just, again, petechiae in this case was just one of the findings that would indicate a possible strangulation.
You had testified earlier with respect to what really got you thinking maybe something was happening here. You had mentioned some injuries to the exterior part of the neck. What'd you?
Yes. So besides the petechiae, he did have obvious and prominent injuries to his neck, some abrasions, some scrapes on his neck. And there was 4 particular ones on his neck on the outside. So this is during the external exam. And he also had injuries internally, but on his external exam, there were those scrapes on his neck.
Those scrapes and your observations of the external injuries that you just testified about, do you have an opinion whether or not those are consistent or not with strangulation?
They're very consistent with the strangulation, yes.
Why do you say that?
They're in a particular pattern. They could be fingernail marks. Some of those patterns could be from fingernail marks. I can't say for sure it was fingers that caused those skin abrasions on his neck. It could be some type of object. It could be a fist. It could be a hand. It could be finger marks. It could be an object that caused these injuries. So, but it was definitely consistent with strangulation. And strangulation doesn't necessarily mean with someone's hands. It could be an object like something pressed against the neck. So all those are possibilities based on those injuries.
Could those marks be caused by the victim's own fingers if they're trying to defend themselves as they're being strangled?
I guess it's possible to get fingernail marks like that on someone. In this particular case, especially with the internal injuries that he had, the internal injuries he had would not be consistent with someone doing that to themselves.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about your internal examination here. The identifying marks and scars, is that a fancy way to say like a birthmark? Did Martin Hosinski as a 6-year-old have that birthmark?
He had that birthmark on his left arm, correct.
Evidence of medical treatment. Why is that important for you to document evidence of medical treatment? You talked about CPR earlier, that sort of thing, but why do you think it's important to document what you think is evidence of medical treatment versus injuries that you think may be caused by, in this case, strangulation?
It is important to document all evidence of medical treatment. Sometimes medical treatment can be confused for injuries that happened during life. So it's important to document those, making sure that medical treatment is not a true injury that the person received before they got medical treatment. In this particular case, he did have a few abrasions that were caused by each EKG pads. Basically, these EKG pads looked like they were basically ripped off his skin, causing a little mark because they had a very characteristic pattern of that. So it's important for the pathologist to not get confused about medical treatment causing true injuries that contributed to the death.
The evidence of medical treatment that was done on Martin, were those different than the injuries that you testified about earlier, that in terms of the most petechiae you've ever seen and the marks around his neck?
Yes, very different.
If we could go to the next page, please, that would be page 3 of your report. And then you start getting into the evidence of the injury, the head and neck, the torso and extremities. Is that common for you to examine in that order?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the head and neck, those injuries, were those charted?
Yes,
So evidence of injury, those injuries that you noted on head and neck, torso and extremities, did you actually chart those as you were going through this examination?
when you say chart, you mean like write notes to myself on a diagram? Is that what
Yes.
you mean? Yes.
If I could point your attention, please, to what's been marked for identification purposes as People's Exhibit 601. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is, just like you stated, that is my body, what I call a body diagram. And that's basically, this document is basically for me, it's my notes that I take during the autopsy, and it helps me write my report.
And are those simply just notes of your observations that you're making as you're going through your head to toe physical autopsy of Martin in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, people would seek to introduce 601.
Is there any objection?
Let me just find it.
Oh, sure.
Yes, Your Honor, we're objecting to hearsay similar to our objection for the same reasons for 600.
Want to respond, Mr. Zentner?
Thank you, Judge. I think Dr. Havlick has said this is just a contemporaneous notations that he's making of his real observations as he's going through the examination of Martin's autopsy.
The objection's overruled. Exhibit 601 is admitted.
Thank you. We're going to come back to 601 and this section. I want to get through this and start the internal examination here. What, in terms of internal examination, why do you also, as a forensic pathologist, and you want to do a thorough job in terms of examining head to toe body, why do you do this internal examination?
Again, do it in a stepwise fashion. External exam, we document all injuries, identifying marks, things of that sort. And then internally, we have to do the same thing. We have to basically document all injuries internally, document any natural disease internally, just to be complete and to make sure we do a complete autopsy, get a complete look at the body.
The cardiovascular and the respiratory system, give us some examples of what that means.
Cardiovascular system, that's basically looking at the heart, looking at all the vessels, the main vessels in the body, the aorta, things of that sort. His heart and vessels were all normal.
Respiratory system?
That's the lungs and the airways, basically the trachea, the windpipe in the lungs. His lungs were very normal.
At this point in your examination of Martin Hodzinski, do you actually have to open him up, cut into him, and actually go hands-on with these organs?
Yes, we do each internal examination in a stepwise fashion, just like everything else. And it is done similarly in each case where we enter the chest cavity and abdominal cavity and also the brain.
The lungs, the respiratory system, did you actually examine Martin Hodzinski's lungs for any evidence of respiratory illness?
Yes, very closely.
And what did you find, if anything?
Essentially nothing. His lungs were very normal. No evidence of natural disease, no evidence of asthma, no evidence of pneumonia. He had healthy lungs.
When you examined Martin's neck organs, what abnormalities did you find there, if any?
So with the neck organs, and I must add, higher up in the autopsy report, the internal neck injuries are in the evidence of injury section of the report.
Okay.
In the neck, he had very significant internal injuries in his neck. He had bruises, hemorrhages in the neck muscles that were very characteristic of strangulation type injuries.
The bruises within the neck muscles, you couldn't have seen those unless you did a hands-on autopsy where you looked into those organs. Is that right?
That is true.
Walk us through the layers of the neck muscle in terms of where this injury and this bruising and hemorrhaging that you saw was located.
Yes, so there's several layers of muscles in your neck. The vessels in your neck are protected by these muscles in the neck. And there's at least 4 layers of muscles in the neck. He had bruises, hemorrhages on the neck muscles, basically in the second layer. So he had the external injuries, the scrapes on his skin, and then he had those bruises in the neck muscles.
In terms of the location of the bruises here, is it common for people to have bruises or hemorrhaging where you found them in Martin's body?
It is. So strangulation deaths are very interesting type deaths. Sometimes we'll see external injuries. Like in this case, we saw external injuries on his skin of his neck. Sometimes we don't see any external injuries on certain people, but you see a lot of internal injuries. And sometimes we see both external injuries on the skin and also internal injuries in the muscles of the neck, like we do in this case. He not only had it on the outside, but also on the inside. And very characteristic, these injuries of strangulation.
Those injuries that you noted and the hemorrhaging, what is hemorrhaging?
Basically bruises. Anytime you get a bruise on your skin, it's basically hemorrhage. It's bleeding in the soft tissues of your body. So a contusion is a fancy word for a bruise. So, and a bruise is a slightly less fancy word for hemorrhage. And a hemorrhage is a slightly fancy word for bleeding. So bleeding, hemorrhage, bruise, contusion, all kind of meaning the same in this particular case.
Given that location of the hemorrhaging and the injuries that you saw inside of Martin's neck, do you have an opinion on whether or not it would take more pressure or force or trauma to cause that type of injury than, say, something to the exterior of the neck?
You could say that. You could say it took a fair amount of pressure to cause those hemorrhages, the bruising in those muscles of his neck, than if you just saw external injury. Yes.
Thank you. If I could point your attention, please, to page 4. The various systems that you have here, walk us through those. If you could pronounce those for us,
Sure.
I want you to do it justice.
Yeah. And we talked about the cardiovascular system and the respiratory system already. In other systems in the body, which is the liver, that's the hepatobiliary system, the liver, the pancreas, the gallbladder. That's what hepatobiliary system is. And those are all normal in him. Lympho-reticular system is basically the spleen, the lymph nodes, thymus gland. That's the lympho-reticular system, all normal in him again. The genitourinary system, that's kidneys, bladder, ureters, prostate, all normal in him. And then if you go down further is the brain, the central nervous, I believe that's, no, endocrine system is next. That's like adrenal glands, thyroid gland, any gland, again, normal in him. And musculoskeletal system is bones and soft tissues. On that musculoskeletal system, he did have abnormalities. That's why I said, except as previously described in that sentence. The abnormalities in his musculoskeletal system included those bruises in his neck. That were his abnormalities in that system. But besides the bruises in his neck, his bones and muscles were all normal. The central nervous system is the brain and the spinal cord, all normal.
You have a section in here called microscopic examination. Do you work as a forensic pathologist and you do these autopsies? Is it common for you to take tissue slides?
It is. I do that on every case. I look at tissue under the microscope on essentially all autopsies I do. There may be a rare one I don't. But on 95% or more of autopsies I do, I look at all the major organs under the microscope.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
What's the purpose of you taking tissue slides and taking a look under the microscope?
Sometimes a pathologist is surprised. An organ will look normal just to your naked eye, but when you put the tissue under the microscope, there will be some abnormalities. So it's important to be complete and to examine the tissue under the microscope, especially in a case like this, especially in a child. it's important to make sure there's no underlying abnormalities.
In terms of your microscopic examination of Martin's body, his internal body, what abnormalities presented basically when you were looking under the microscope at those slides?
He had no abnormalities. He just had, again, really the only internal abnormality he had at autopsy was his neck injuries. He was a very healthy kid, no anatomic abnormalities. I looked at his lungs closely under the microscope, looked at several sections, and I detailed that in my microscopic examination. The reason I did that, because I knew there was this vague history of a possible asthma, which a lot of kids have. A lot of kids get diagnosed with childhood asthma. And I knew that, so I wanted to look at his lungs very closely. And his lungs under the microscope were normal. They did not have any of the findings for asthma, no findings for pneumonia. He had very normal lungs, and that was important to note in this case, just to make sure we were being complete with that. Asthma and pneumonia has very characteristic findings that are usually pretty obvious under the microscope, and he did not have those. He had very normal lungs.
In terms of these slides, how many slides did you take of Martin here?
I don't recall many, so at least I believe like 20 or so.
Okay. And the slides that you took, just describe for the jury, just so we have an idea of, are those, they're for microscopic examination, the end product, but are they just chunks of certain organs? What does that look like?
You can say chunks, I guess. They're basically little pieces of the tissue. We process them in a very, and I do that in my own laboratory. We process that tissue, and they end up on a glass slide after a pretty extensive processing. And they end up on glass slide that way, and they get stained with various dyes, so you can look at them under the microscope. So it's a step-long process to get a piece of tissue on a slide.
What is disseminated intravascular coagulation?
So disseminated intravascular coagulation, that's the short term for that is DIC. That is a phenomenon that happens most commonly in people that have a bad infection. Say you have a bad pneumonia or a bad urinary tract infection. That infection can spread throughout the body, get in the blood, and they cause this DIC, the disseminated intravascular coagulation. And that's when basically you'll get little hemorrhages in various parts of the body. He did not have that. He did not have disseminated intravascular coagulation. He didn't have, for one thing, he didn't have an infection to cause that, and he did not have that phenomenon.
And did you find any evidence in your examination of Martin Hozinski that he aspirated on his vomit as a primary cause of death?
He did not. No, that is something that did not happen.
And then just to tell the jury why you believe that, what was the process of your examination to make you comfortable with that opinion?
Well, first off, people don't die, especially a kid. They don't die when they vomit. That is not something that happens. Usually die of other things, but not from vomiting and swallowing vomit. That's not something that people die of. In his particular case, he did not have food particles deep in his lungs. He did not have any evidence of aspirating vomit.
You had testified that you didn't find any evidence of pneumonia or lung disease or asthma during your examination of Martin Hozinski. Do you have an opinion, and what's the literature saying? What's your experience say on how common is it for children to die of pneumonia?
Children can die of pneumonia. It's not common. It's more common for adults to die of pneumonia or infants to die of pneumonia. With children, they usually have symptoms. They usually get taken to a doctor, they get treated. And if they don't get treated, they end up in a hospital and they have symptoms, or, they have a fever, they have cough, things like that. So it's very unusual for us to get a child, like a 6-year-old child, that would die of pneumonia. Now, if we're talking about an infant, infants can be hard sometimes because infants' symptoms don't present like children or adults. And so infants are more common. Older people commonly die of pneumonia, but very rare for a 6-year-old to die of pneumonia. Just mainly because they're getting treated in a hospital in a doctor's office.
Thank you. And then just a few questions on your last page, and then maybe time for a break, Judge.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
So page 5 of your report, the what does that mean? The sternothyroid skeletal muscles. What was your examination there?
So I basically took a piece of the bruises in his neck muscles. I took a piece of that and looked at it in the microscope, just some more evidence to look at that and to basically give more evidence to those bruises in his neck. And microscopically, he did have evidence of those bruises. So he had red blood cells that are outside of the blood or outside of the vessels within his muscles. So he had that microscopically, not only with our naked eye, but also microscopically, he had those bruises.
And your findings there, were those consistent with your opinion that those injuries on his neck and inside of his neck, that deep muscle in his neck, were caused by strangulation?
Yes.
Radiographs, that means full x-rays, see if there's any bone, broken bones, that sort of thing?
Yeah, we don't do that on every case, but on just about all kids, children, I'll do full body x-rays, basically just doing an x-ray to look for any, just like you stated, looking for any injuries to the bones.
Thank you. And then the last thing I have before we take a break here, and then we'll come back and look at some of the injuries you noted. The evidence section there, you had testified earlier as to Ed Prescott with the Grand Junction Police Department being present. Those items of evidence, why did you collect each of those items, the fingernails, the pulled scalp hair, the FTA card?
Those are pretty typical evidence items that we take on any case that we're suspected that could be violent in nature. We usually take the fingernails, just in case there's some DNA evidence under there or some other evidence. We take those and collect those and save those. And then we also often take hair, just a little piece of hair at the root, in case there's some DNA evidence that we need to collect from hair. And then the FTA card is basically a spot of blood, and that's another DNA type of piece of evidence. And then fingerprints we'll sometimes take on any case we're thinking it could be violent in nature.
So the fingernails and the FTA card are those things that you collected and took from the body?
Yes.
And then is it common for you to document those pieces of evidence? Again, similar to what I asked you about the exhibit showing the injuries that you noted, but is it common for you to create an evidence log on the date of the autopsy that has those items that you collected in your autopsy?
Yes.
All right. If I could point your attention, please, to what's been marked for identification purposes as 602.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the evidence log, just like you mentioned, and that documents what Ed Prescott took as evidence after the autopsy.
And that's evidence that would have been provided to Detective Prescott?
Yes.
Your Honor, for the people that seek to introduce into evidence 602.
Any objection, Ms. Marisic?
No objection.
Exhibit 602 is admitted.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Is this a good time for a break?
Yeah, sure, thanks. We'll go ahead and take our afternoon recess, and Doctor, if you want to step away from the stand. And we'll be back with you in about 15 minutes. So I'm thinking about 3:10. At 3 o'clock, we do have trick-or-treaters coming to the courthouse. They're attorneys, kids, and staff kids and those things. So if you see them or hear some noise back here, that's what's going on. We're going to put up signs to please be quiet, but that's what's happening today with Halloween. So, all right, thank you. Please rise for our jury.
All right, guys, so I'm going to switch over to the Law and Crime YouTube feed. I got to take the kids trick-or-treating, of course, so we're getting ready to go do that. my two beautiful sons. So 3 and 2. So I'm going to take them trick or treating. I'm going to leave this going for you guys. I'm going to set it up so that there's another something that starts afterwards at least. So it's not a blank screen at least, something court wise. So enjoy, and I will be back on either later tonight with something different or tomorrow morning with this trial again. So enjoy, and I'm going to switch you over to the other feed. All right, there you go. Have fun, enjoy. I'll be back.
and talk a little bit more about the evidence of the injuries that he observed here. What I'd like to do is bring in a mannequin that has some places marked on the mannequin for demonstrative purposes that mark some of these injuries that are noted, specifically on page 3 of his autopsy report. And then once he verifies those locations of those injuries, maybe take a photo of that, mark that as an exhibit, and the photo can go back with the jury. But it's a full-size mannequin, and that's what I'd like to do there. And if there's an objection, I'd like to handle that now versus dragging that thing in here and doing it in front of the jury.
Okay, Ms. Marsuch.
I haven't met the mannequin yet. If I can have an opportunity to take a look at it, and then I can give a more informed position for the court.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, thanks. So we'll get back together at 3:10 and we can discuss things further if you're
Thank
ready
you.
for it. Thanks. We're in recess until 3:10. All right, we're back on the record in case 23 CR 1042, People versus Darin Thrailkill. Mr. Thrailkill does appear in custody. He's represented by Ms. Parham and Ms. Marisic. Mr. Zentner and Ms. Mayer are appearing on behalf of the people. We're outside the presence of our jury, and before we took our break, the parties in the court, we're going to speak with Mr. Markert. So,
Yeah. And also, if we, can we address the mannequin issue first or after that?
either way is good with me.
Okay,
Okay. Ms.
thank you.
Marisic.
Judge, I think that, this, like I said, I plan on asking Dr. Havlick, the areas that are marked on there, Dr. Havlick had looked at those. The areas that are marked on there simply show where the injuries that he noted in his autopsy, where they would be on a body that is an adult-sized body, but it's, I think that the jury can take into consideration the notes that Dr. Havlick made, meaning that Martin was 47 inches in length, right? And just kind of do a comparison that way. These are injuries, these are marked. These are injuries that were not caused by medical intervention, the CPR, the patches for the various wires and life-saving measures. We can take a photo of it, send it back with the jury. That thing doesn't need to go back to the jury. But I do think that it's helpful for the jury, Judge, in terms of relevant evidence and having any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence more probable. It shows where the marks are in kind of real life in 3D versus just the page. And then also it's just it goes to the basis of opinion testimony and showing the jury what the opinion testimony is here in real life. So it's not unduly prejudicial, Judge. It's limited to the injuries that are not caused by medical intervention. And it's easy for the jury to see. Thank you.
Ms. Marisic.
Yes, Your Honor. So the defense is objecting to the prosecution using this exhibit as a demonstrative to the jury here. We are objecting under Rule 403 of the Colorado Rules of Evidence and Mr. Thrailkill's state and federal constitutional rights to due process and a fair trial here. Just so that the record's clear on what we're looking at, we have a white in color, about maybe 6 foot tall, nude male mannequin in the room, taller than I am, with little tabs that you might see, that you might use to tab a book at various places on the body, that the prosecution are alleging that were not caused by medical intervention. So it doesn't mark all abrasions on the body, just the selective ones that they are arguing were not caused by medical intervention. I think that's an open question, what was and was not caused by medical intervention. This is not helpful demonstrative to the jury, as like I said, this is a 6 foot tall figure when we're talking about a 6-year-old who is 47 inches tall. It's also cumulative with Exhibit 601. We have a diagram there. There are other injuries marked on there. There are other ways that the prosecution, if they wanted to highlight specific things on this paper diagram, perhaps they could do that instead of this unhelpful, not to scale demonstrative of a full-grown man with some injuries marked, not even all of them. So we would be objecting. Thank you.
Any other argument you'd like to make, Mr. Zentner?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you. I am overruling the defendant's objection with regard to the prosecution using a demonstrative exhibit. I think it's demonstrative in a number of ways. For example, how the doctor testified about where things are. Certainly it can be explained to the jury that this is a different size than the child, but it gives a visual demonstration of where things are on the body, and it makes things, I think, it clarifies things. So I would ask if the prosecution could at least keep a record of, I don't know if you can use your phone or something and take a picture of what it is now.
I was going to make that same.
Okay, and just so we have a record of it, and if you could file it with the court.
Paralegal approach and just do that now while the jury.
Yeah, sure.
You want to do it against the books, just.
And the defense can take pictures too if you wish, or. Thanks. Yeah, sure, wherever you'd like, or
We're gonna take our own photos.
it's a little in my way, yeah, as far as not being able to see jurors, but I can't always see them when we have demonstrative exhibits, so it's fine.
One in my office. I have one in my.
Okay, so the prosecution and the defense have taken photographs of that. Did you have a number for it, or how are you gonna identify it?
I heard his name is Carl.
I'll get that number for you, Judge.
Okay, I just need a record of what it,
Judge. Will be, the 613A will be the front photo, 613B will be the rear photo.
Did you get that, Sean?
that were taken by the prosecution.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Anything else before I invite our juror in?
No, Judge.
I wish we had like a measuring tape or something so that just for the record, it's very clear how tall this individual is. I don't know if the parties can just agree on the record. Yes, how tall are you?
I'm 6'4", so he's like 6'2".
I don't know, I think,
Back to back.
well, yeah, you all look almost identical, quite frankly.
6'4".
All right, so about 6'4", like Dr. Havlick.
4 inches.
Thank you.
Oh, maybe the stand that he's on is a couple inches there.
Right, that adjourned.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and mute live streaming while we speak with our juror, so. All right, Mr. Markert has left the courtroom and we have no other jurors who are present with us in the courtroom. Any motions? Mr. Zentner,
No, Judge.
Ms. Marisic?
No.
All right, thank you. Are we ready for the jury to come back to the courtroom then, or?
Yes, Judge.
We're ready for it, please. Thank you.
Rise.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. For the record, our jury has joined us back in the courtroom. Welcome back, everybody. And one of our jurors has a hand up. Is it Ms. Griswold?
I am just struggling to see the actual witness stand from where I'm sitting with my fellow in front of me. Is there a way I can share with him or the gentleman next to me?
Absolutely. Yes.
I can switch with it if it's.
Yeah, wherever it's best for you to see, so you don't have to stretch around or. I want everybody to be comfortable and thank you for asking. Anybody else who wanted to change chairs or? No? Okay, we're good. All right, thank you. Oh, Ms. Griswold and Mr. Paul changed chairs. So, okay, thank you. Dr. Havlick is on the stand and still under oath, and Mr. Zentner, you can continue when you're ready. Thanks.
Thank you, Judge. Just a few more areas I'd like to cover with you, Dr. Havlick. If I could first point your attention, do you have what's been marked for identification purposes as 333 up there?
3, yes, I do.
You had testified earlier as to some limited information that you had received from the ER and Dr. Rizvi, and you had noted that information in your autopsy report related to Martin's death. You also provided testimony earlier that medical records, certain medical records are reasonably relied upon. You in this situation where Martin's body was coming from the ER, would you rely on these records just for some basic things that were noted of Martin at the hospital, not necessarily to influence or to guide your recommendation?
Yes, these are typical emergency room records that I would review before autopsy.
Thank you, Judge. The people would seek to introduce into evidence 333, please.
Is there any objection, Ms. Marisic?
Yeah, one moment.
Oh, sure.
Yes, Your Honor, the defense is objecting on both hearsay and confrontation clause grounds.
Mr. Zentner, do you want to respond?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks. The objections are overruled. Exhibit 333, or People's Exhibit 333 is admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. I had told you, Dr. Havlick, we would return to a section in your report on page 3 of People's Exhibit 600.
Yes.
And that's that evidence of injury. And so what I'd like to do here is, are you there on page 3 of 600? All right, what I'd like to do is bring up and on the screen, please, Exhibit 601. Can you look to your left, Dr., or to your right, whatever screen is best, or right in front of you, actually?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
You don't know.
Appreciate
Thank you.
that.
It's a new system that we have, so.
How does the evidence of injury, sir, section in your report on Martin's death relate or interact with that Exhibit 601?
It should be very similar to my notes. So again, this body diagram that you're seeing on this screen, that's really for me. Those are my notes during the autopsy. So I have really bad handwriting, and you're not going to be able to read my handwriting, but I can read it. And that's what's important with this diagram. So this is really meant for me, for my notes, to write my autopsy report. And they should match up fairly similarly. Every now and then I will adjust some measurements and things like that after looking at my autopsy photos and such, but they should match up very, very closely.
Okay, thank you. And just so the jury has a better understanding of 601, and then we'll have the opportunity to explain more down the road to them. But will you go through briefly just your notes there, the ones that just are not really legible to read?
Yes, which are all of them. So the main thing, the most important thing with this case is his neck injuries. And that's what's, again, noted on the neck that was just expanded there. So the abrasions on his neck, they were on the right side of his neck and also on the mid aspect of his neck. And the RA on these notes stand for red abrasion, which basically is a skin scrape. And that's what are diagrammed on this diagram. And then I have the measurements of those. So that's what's most important.
And then review just some of these other things that are just not obvious. Thank you.
Yeah, on this expanded version of this, there's an ET, which is pointing to his mouth. That's just the tube in his mouth that was done by emergency room personnel, putting the tube down his mouth to try to get air into his lungs. And then in the middle, more to the left, I talk about the petechiae. PET stands for petechiae. It's on his face, forehead, and in his eyes. So again, as we talked about previously, he had very pronounced petechiae all over his face, in his eyes, and what else? Again, more red abrasions there on his left upper chest there near his left shoulder. He has that what we talked about before, which you could think of that as not a true injury. It's from an EKG pad that emergency medical personnel put there. So not something that he got related to this injury. That was from that EKG pad. He did have on his right aspect of his chest, he had that abrasion, that skin scrape on the right aspect of his chest. Had some more red abrasions on the left aspect of his chest. He had a red abrasion on the lower right aspect of his chest. If you go down to the left aspect of his abdomen, he had some more of those EKG pad marks. Again, not true injuries. Those are from the EKG pads. That thing on his right abdomen there, that circular thing, that's actually a very early sign of decomposition. That's actually the very first thing that happens when after someone's died and they're starting to decompose a little bit. That is green skin. So he had a little bit of green skin discoloration. And again, that's very common after people die, that's the first thing that happens. So it really means nothing. It's just something that is an early finding of after someone dies.
And then your information at the bottom of that exhibit 601 in the bottom center and the bottom right, what is that?
Bottom right now, in this expanded photo, he had a couple skin scrapes, red abrasions above his right knee. He had an IO means intraosseous. So often emergency medical personnel will put a line, a needle into the tibia, into the bone of the lower leg to get fluids quickly into the body. They'll stick a needle into the bone. That's what that is. That's just, again, another emergency type thing that was done. He had a bandage on his left shin below his left knee. Bandage covered a needle puncture. They try to put a line there. That's what that left below his left knee. HB means handbags. We talked about that earlier. He had bags over his hands that our team put over his hands just to preserve any potential evidence on his hands.
Thank you. And then while Ms. Weimer is going to People's Exhibit 600 and the evidence of injury paragraph on page 3 of 600, I have a couple questions for you. Do you have, I'm sorry, do you have Exhibit 601 in front of you still?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's just touch base quickly and go through the injuries that you noted on the backside.
Sure. On the back of his right hand, he had a needle puncture, again, by emergency medical personnel. On the back of his right forearm, he had a small skin scrape. Back of his left arm, he had 2 small skin scrapes. On the bottom left of that diagram, I talk a little bit about the internal injuries. I just noted to myself the internal bruises that he had in his neck. That's what that scribble is down there.
Thank you. You had noted on here, and then also you had noted on here RA. Are there any other types of abrasions on this sheet here that you noted? There's RA. Are there other types of abrasions that you noted?
He had a brown abrasion near his left elbow that you see. BA stands for brown abrasion. That just tells me it was probably a little bit older, probably not around the time he died. Probably may have happened several hours to a day or two before.
With the red abrasions or the RAs that you noted and the red abrasion language that you use in your report, would that indicate injuries that Martin suffered while he was alive or after he had passed?
Definitely while he was alive. Yeah, those would not happen after he died.
Okay, thank you. If we could go to page 3 of Exhibit 600, please. The evidence of injury there, sir. To your right is a mannequin. For the record, it's about your height, not Martin's height. I think you had noted that 6-year-old Martin was 47 inches long, but the mannequin to your right has some red patches on it. What are those red? Have you reviewed this mannequin and the location of those red patches before today's testimony?
Yes.
And what do those red patches represent in your opinion?
Those basically just detail what we just talked about just now with the diagram and the autopsy report. It's just a demonstrative of where those skin scrapes were on his body.
And there's a couple that are on the back as well, is that right?
Yes.
The jury knows we'll be getting photos front and back of this demonstrative exhibit, but the various locations of those injuries that are noted on that mannequin, to be clear, those are injuries that in your opinion, Martin had sustained during the strangulation event, not the medical treatment. Is that right?
Especially the neck ones, those especially were not from medical intervention, and neither were the other ones. Again, the neck ones are the most important in this case, but even the chest ones, the abdomen ones, the one on his knee, yeah, definitely not from medical intervention.
If I could go and turn the mannequin to the other side, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
If you could even scoot it more that way so I could see more towards the books would be better.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you want me to do that?
Yeah, if you don't mind, so I can see more of the jury. Thanks.
Is that good, Judge?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Dr. Havlick, if I could just stay here for one moment. You had testified earlier that there were injuries noted on the backside there too. What do those represent?
Yes, just the same as the others. Those are the red abrasions on the back of his right and left arms.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, those red abrasions you testified about that are noted as RA on your worksheet, and then that are noted as red abrasions in your report. Do you have an opinion as to how close in time to Martin's death those would have happened?
Yes, they're all consistent with happening at the time of this event, at the time of the incident. They're all very consistent with being at the same time that he died.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor, with what's been marked for identification purposes as 613A and B?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just for the record, Dr. Havlick, I'd explained there were photos taken. The photo that's marked as for identification purposes is 613A and B. Are those accurate photographs of what you just testified to regarding that mannequin?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, people would seek to introduce into evidence 613A and B.
Ms. Marsich?
Just noting my original objection to 613. Thank you.
Okay. The objections overruled, and 613A and 613B are both admitted.
Thank you. Dr. Havlick, you had testified earlier about the pressure that would have been necessary to cause that hemorrhaging, that bleeding inside of Martin's neck. What's your experience and what's the literature tell you in terms of guiding any opinion you have on what's the amount of pressure does it take to compress the main parts of somebody's neck to deprive them of blood or oxygen?
So there's important structures in the neck that are very important to life, and those are the jugular vein, the carotid artery, and also the airway, the windpipe, the trachea. So those three structures, the jugular vein, the carotid artery, and the trachea. And there are studies that basically state what pressure it takes to compress those. So if you compress the artery and the vein in your neck, it basically disrupts the blood supply to and from the heart with the brain. And it takes about 4 to 5 pounds of pressure to compress the jugular vein. And to give an example of that, it takes about 4 or 5 pounds of pressure to pull the trigger on a handgun. So it's about the same amount of pressure to compress the jugular vein as it does to pull the trigger on a handgun. To compress that vein. And if you compress the vein, that can be dangerous. It's basically disrupting the blood supply from the brain to the heart, and that will confuse the brain and basically deprive the brain of oxygen. If you press a little harder, about 10 pounds of pressure, that'll compress the carotid artery, the big artery in your neck. And then if you compress about 30 pounds of pressure, that'll actually cut off the air in your trachea.
Thank you. In terms of your opinion of cause and manner of death here, I know that the date of your report is a little less than a month after you did the autopsy on Martin's body. Was the cause and manner of death here ever really in question near the final stages of you writing this report?
It was not everything taken together. And again, we don't just take just one finding in isolation. Everything with the petechiae, the external injuries to his neck, the internal injuries to the neck, everything was pretty classic for a strangulation death.
In terms of your experience and the literature on this, you talked about the pounds of pressure it would take to collapse the jugular vein, the carotid artery, the airway, or the trachea. Do you have an opinion on how long would it take? How long does it take to cause death by strangulation?
It's different for everyone. In the studies that show after you compress the vein or the artery for 10 seconds or more, it can be serious. If it's less than 10 seconds, then patient usually recovers, usually not without much symptoms, usually doesn't die after 10 seconds. Anywhere after 30 seconds of compression of the artery or the vein in the neck, that's serious. That can result in death. So in this particular case, I think the pressure had to be on his neck for at least 20, 30 seconds or more.
Sir, do you have what's been marked for identification purposes as People's Exhibits 603 through 609?
Yes.
All right. Are those the photos that you took during Martin's autopsy?
Just review them real quick here. They all are, yes.
Right. And those photos are fairly graphic for people who don't work in a coroner's or a forensic pathologist suite every day. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. I would like to publish these to the jury, but I would like to admit, Judge, what's been marked for identification purposes is People's Exhibit 603 through 609, and then have Dr. Havlick just briefly testify as to the injuries illustrated in those. Thank you.
Do you have an objection, Ms. Maricic?
Yes, Your Honor, I don't believe the prosecution has laid the appropriate foundation for all of these exhibits at this point. Thank you.
The objections are overruled. Exhibits 603, 604, 605, 606, 607, 608, and 609 are all admitted.
In your report, sir, And in your testimony earlier, you had testified that you took photos during your examination of Martin's body on July 4th of 2016. I would like to publish for the jury in order, starting with 603, and then if we could just have quick testimony from you on what that reflects.
Sure.
We'll start with 603, please.
603 is just an overview picture of most of his body. It's cut off at the knees, but that's just an overview.
With respect to 604, what is that?
604 is a close-up of his left aspect of his face, including his eyelid and his eye, and it shows the petechiae that we talked about earlier very clearly.
You had testified earlier that that's probably, I think, the worst case of petechiae that you've seen in your career over these 4,600 plus autopsies. And those are the petechiae that you're talking about?
Yes.
The next photo, just as a warning, is kind of something that illustrates you manipulating the eyeball of Martin. Is that right?
Yes.
And that goes to really the center of the importance of, why do you think it's important when you're doing an autopsy, head to toe anatomical autopsy, to do that and to really get in and to manipulate organs and determine cause and manner of death versus maybe a paper or file review?
Again, it's very important to document all these findings. Again, to take everything into account, pull everything together and come up with an accurate cause and manner of death, to take these petechiae into account, to take the injuries in the neck into account.
Thank you. And that image 605, again, graphic, but what does that show? 605, please.
So that's my gloved finger, the green part on the very upper part of the photo. And it's basically showing the petechiae are those red dots that you see. That's on his upper eyelid. And then his eye itself is on the bottom of the photo. And you can see that there was red dots, the petechiae, the red dots are actually on his eye. So they're very extensive.
So for the petechiae to be on the eyeball in addition to the eyelid, is that illustrative of what you were talking about earlier in terms of this being one of the worst cases, if not the worst, of petechiae you've seen?
Yes.
If we could publish 606, please. And when that's up there, tell the jury what that is, sir.
So that's a picture of his neck. And these are the injuries we talked about, the abrasions, the skin scrapes on his neck. There's one right under his chin, one on the right aspect of his chin, and the one on the midline of his neck. It's not showing the injury on the right aspect of his neck, lower aspect of his neck, but it shows those injuries pretty well.
There's some other discoloration, like on the side of his neck in that photo and going down to his clavicle or collarbone area. What is that evidence of?
That's not an injury. That's what we call livor mortis, which is basically pooling the blood when someone dies and they're placed on a gurney or a cot like he is here. Basically, the blood in the body just pools because of gravity, pulls to the dependent portions of the body. So that's just livor. It's just an after death thing. It has nothing to do with anything with this case.
So the injury, do you have an opinion on as to whether or not those injuries under the chin, did those correlate to the injuries that you believe restricted Martin's blood or oxygen in this case?
Yes.
607, please.
Just another photo. It's pretty much showing the same thing as the previous photo, those three injuries on his neck. It also shows the petechiae. He has petechiae on his chin, on his neck also, those red dots that are on his chin.
With petechiae, and going back to what you said earlier about this extensive case of petechiae, is this a type of petechiae that would manifest from like CPR or somebody coughing or something like that?
No.
And then the last two photos, again, are graphic, at least in terms of they show some internal injuries that you talked about earlier. So I would like to show 608, again, graphic.
So this is an internal photo when we're doing our internal exam. This is his neck. It's hard to orient yourself, I know, but his head would be on the top of the photo. His chest would be on the bottom of the photo. The injuries of his internal neck muscles are highlighted pretty well here. There's hemorrhages or bruises on the right side of a neck muscle and also on the left side of his neck muscle.
And that's that deep bruising and pooling and hemorrhaging, pooling of blood that you noted earlier.
Yes,
Unnatural, not supposed to be there.
correct. That's an injury for sure. Yes.
Thank you. And then finally, 609, please.
Just another similar photo as the one we just looked at, but to the right, showing that sort of near the middle, but to the more to the left, there's that area of bruising, that hemorrhage on his neck muscle. The big white thing in the middle of the photo is the carotid artery. The thinner linear thing is to the right of the carotid artery is the jugular vein.
Okay, and then, if the jury has any questions for clarification, they can ask certainly, but just a couple more questions for you, sir. When you were talking about these hemorrhages in the neck of Martin and where they were located deeper in the neck and that blood and wasn't supposed to be there, are those injuries, those hemorrhages in the neck and that were illustrated by these last two photos, or would those be something that would be common with lung disease or pneumonia?
Absolutely not. Yeah, that no, it has nothing to do with lung disease or pneumonia or asthma or anything of that sort. No.
Similar question with the petechiae and the level of petechiae that you saw here. Would that be common with any pneumonia or lung disease?
Absolutely not. No.
So in preparation for today, did you receive information that Martin had an X-ray taken of his chest after he had expired at St. Mary's Hospital on or about, this would have been July 3rd of
Yes,
2016?
yes, during the resuscitative efforts, an X-ray was done. Yes.
And did you see anything on that X-ray? And why wouldn't you, I guess, is more fair to say.
Yeah, there,
Compound question.
The objection sustained.
And so just for the record, did you review that X-ray?
at the time of the autopsy, I reviewed the report of the X-ray, but not the actual X-ray.
And since then, have you been presented the actual X-ray?
Yes.
And did you see any evidence of pneumonia or lung disease?
No, and that would be hard. That would be impossible to do on a chest X-ray of a person in this state of death, basically, and a chest X-ray would not highlight that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Havlick. I don't have any further questions for you at this time.
Cross-examination, Ms. Marsich?
Your Honor, the defense is asking for a very brief break right here.
Okay, all right, we'll go ahead and take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Please remember all the instructions for the recesses. We'll see you back in a bit. Thanks. Please rise for our jury. the record, our jury's left the court, maybe 10-minute break or something?
That would be perfect.
All right, I'll see you
Thank
back at 4:10, please. Thank you. We're in recess. All right, we're back on the record in 23 CR 1042. And the defendant does appear in custody represented by Ms. Marsic and Ms. Parham, Mr. Zentner and Ms. Mayer here for the people. Are you ready for the jury to come back to the courtroom, Ms. Marsic?
Yes, Your Honor. And then just for the record, we did move the demonstrative
Oh.
613 out of the courtroom.
Okay, thank you.
We're ready, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Would you invite the jury back in for us? Thank you.
Please rise.
All right, thank you. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. And for the record, our jury has joined us back in the court. And welcome back, everybody. Dr. Havlik, for the record, is still on the stand under oath. And Ms. Marsic, any cross-examination? If so, you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Dr. Havlik, I want to start by talking to you about the various structures that we as people have in our necks,
Sure.
okay? There is a carotid artery, correct?
Correct.
And you have one on your left and your right side of your neck.
Yes.
There is a jugular vein, right?
Yes.
Again, one on the left, one on the right.
Yes.
There are multiple layers of muscle, right?
Yes.
The sternocleidoid mastoid muscle is one of those.
Yes.
The sternothyroid muscle,
Yes.
the sternohyoid, is that right?
Correct.
And what was the fourth one?
There's the sternothyrohyoid,
Okay.
which is a little tiny muscle that wraps around, but yeah.
Okay. Those are all different muscles that we have in our necks, right?
Yes.
In addition to the veins, the artery, and muscles, we have cartilage, right?
There's the thyroid cartilage, which is your Adam's apple, if that's what we're referring to.
Yes, exactly. The thyroid cartilage. There's also the cricoid cartilage, correct?
Yes.
We also have some bone, right?
There's the hyoid bone, which sits on top of your Adam's apple.
Okay. And then we have cervical too, correct?
That's the back of your neck, the cervical vertebra, the backbone.
Okay. So when you're doing an autopsy, you're looking at all of these different features in the neck that we just discussed, right?
Yes.
In Martin's case, there was no injury to that cervical bone, correct?
The very back of his neck, the cervical spine, there was not, no.
There was no injury to the back at all, right?
Correct.
You did check to make sure, right?
Yes.
You did the dissection and looked specifically at the back of the neck, right?
Correct.
and no injury there.
Correct.
You were looking at that jugular vein, right?
Yes.
The right jugular vein was not dissected, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by dissected. I mean, was it injured? Is that what
Yeah. Was it injured?
you don't necessarily see injuries to the vein or the artery. You see injuries to the muscles and the connective tissue next to them. So his muscles next to those vessels, and there was a good photo in one of these exhibits that showed that artery in the vein next to the muscle, but you don't necessarily see the injury to the artery or the vein itself.
Okay, but you did not see an injury to the jugular vein.
And that's not something you usually see, no.
Okay, so you don't normally see injuries to the vein in strangulations, is that what you're saying?
Correct. It's a very thin-walled vessel, same with the artery. So you see the injuries to the muscles next to it in strangulation deaths.
Okay. That jugular vein, it's on the left and the right side, right?
Correct.
So same thing, no injury to either side.
To the vein or artery itself that you can see with your naked eye. Yes, correct.
Okay. And you had the ability to look more than just with your naked eye, right?
Correct.
You were able to look real up close and personal at these veins and arteries, right?
Yes.
And you did not observe an injury to the right jugular vein or the left jugular vein.
To the vessels themselves, but again, the hemorrhages, the bruises of the muscles which was right next to them. That's what we see with strangulation deaths, not necessarily the injuries to the vessels.
Okay, but you can see injuries to those veins in strangulation.
I have never seen that.
Oh, okay. You also took a look at that carotid artery, right?
Correct.
There was no injury to the right carotid artery.
To the artery itself, no.
There was also no injury to the left carotid artery.
To the artery itself, no, there was not.
You took a look at the hyoid bone that we were talking about, right?
Correct.
That was not broken.
That was not, the hyoid bone is mostly cartilage in a child. As a child ages, the hyoid bone and the thyroid cartilage does turn into bone, but as a child, the hyoid bone is mostly cartilage, and it's almost impossible to fracture the hyoid bone in a child just because it's mostly cartilage. And I've never seen a fractured hyoid bone in a child.
Okay, so to go back to my question, we were going to get to all of that and you jumped ahead with all that explanation, but there was no broken hyoid bone
was not.
in this case, correct?
And again, it was mostly cartilage. You can call it a bone, and it is officially called a hyoid bone, but it's really a hyoid cartilage in a kid.
Okay, and that bone, cartilage, whichever, was not fractured.
It was not, no.
You looked at the cricoid cartilage as well.
Yes.
Again, there was no fracture in the cricoid cartilage.
No fracture in that area, no.
You also looked at the thyroid cartilage, correct?
Correct.
Again, no fracture in the thyroid cartilage.
Correct.
Now you brought up the muscles a few times here, so let's circle to those, okay? So we were just talking about the 4 different muscles that are in the neck, right?
Yes.
And again, we kind of have this mirror left and right going on, right?
Yes.
You did not see any kind of hemorrhaging in the sternocleidoid mastoid muscle.
There was not, no.
And that's on the left side, there was no hemorrhaging, right?
Correct.
And on the right side, there was no hemorrhaging, right?
Correct.
Same with the sternohyoid muscle that we were talking about, right?
Correct.
You examined that, right?
Yes.
And again, there was no hemorrhaging to the right side of the neck
Correct.
and the left side of the neck for that muscle.
Correct.
Of those 4 available muscles, you observed injury in 1, right?
2, one on both sides of his neck. Yes.
Sure, the left and right sternothyroid muscle.
Correct.
If the prosecution wouldn't mind helping me out and republishing People's Exhibit 608. Okay, Dr. Havlick, so you testified earlier that this exhibit, 608, depicts that hemorrhaging we were just discussing, right?
It does pretty nicely, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to try, oh shoot, we don't. Can you point on, maybe if you stand up and point on the TV, where you're talking about? Because you didn't do that on direct examination.
Yes.
Maybe
Would
we
that
could
be
give him a
okay?
Wireless microphone.
May I approach to grab?
Yeah,
one?
sure, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Would you like me to do that now?
Yeah, so if you could start by pointing out where you said this hemorrhage is to the right
Okay.
sternothyroid muscle.
Yes, and I'm glad I'm a little tall. Right there is the hemorrhage onto the right side, and to the left side, there was 2 areas of separate hemorrhages, and I can't reach way up there, but do you want me to jump? Right there, yes, and then right above there, right there, yes. Those are the 2 areas, yes.
Okay, so that kind of dark spot, if we're like looking at the image, it's to the lower left-hand side? In the middle?
Yes,
Okay, and then on the right side, we have the less dark area,
it's pretty
slightly
dark.
above it?
Yeah, it's pretty dark, but yes,
Well, it's
correct.
not as dark as the left,
It's
right?
pretty similar, I would, yeah.
Okay, and there's 2 on that side, you said?
They're probably all one hemorrhage, but it is separated a little bit by a spared area, but yes.
Okay, and you're not talking about the kind of redness that we see, that's something else?
It all looks pretty red, so I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Exactly, it all looks pretty red. We're not talking about redness here. We're talking about the dark spot.
If I had a pointer, it would be easier. But yes, again, right there and then up here. Yes.
Okay, and then just to be clear for the jury, we see this dark spot all the way over in that right side. That is not a finding of yours, right?
Maybe where the mouse is right there. No, that's just some blood. Yeah, that means,
Okay,
that
so-
means nothing. Yeah,
That's not an indication of any kind of injury.
no.
Okay, thank you. You can take 603 down, thank you, or 608. Now, I want to talk to you about what medically could cause these hemorrhages that you were just pointing out on the sternothyroid muscle.
Sure.
Applying pressure could cause that, right?
Yes, then that's what it was from. Yes.
You're saying with certainty that that injury was from pressure.
Yes.
You're 100% sure.
Yes. There's no other way that could have happened. Yes.
What about blunt force trauma?
That's pressure.
Oh, okay. So you're not saying you're 100% certain it was strangulation, right?
With those neck injuries, internal injuries, along with the external injuries and the petechiae are all.
So
So
if you can just stay with me on which question I'm asking, we'll get to those other topics,
And
okay?
I just want to point, I don't operate in a box. It's just not one, it's everything together, but go ahead. Yes.
So for contusions to the sternothyroid muscle, okay? You said you're 100% certain that that was caused by pressure, right?
Yes.
And then we were kind of talking more about what does pressure mean, right?
Yes.
It can mean hands around the neck strangulation, right?
Yes.
It could mean something else though, right?
It could be an object. It could be fingers, a fist, a hand, some type of object pressed to the neck. Yes.
It could be a strike to the neck, right?
Yes.
looking at that picture, you can't say when exactly that strike, that pressure, whatever it may have been, happened, right?
It happened at the time of his death. That's all I can say.
Okay. And you can say that because you came to the conclusion that this was asphyxiation, right?
That injury, again, it had all the features of happening at the time of his death. Did not happen 3 hours before or after death. Happened at the time of his death.
A person can have hemorrhaging in their muscles, right?
A normal kid like this, no, not normally, no.
They can't have bruises?
From pressure, from injury, yes,
Okay, you agree that a kid can have bruises without dying, right?
yes.
Now I want to talk to you more about, we've been talking a little bit and using hand motions that the microphones aren't picking up, right? So when you were kind of discussing this on direct examination, you kind of put your hands to your throat at one point, right?
I don't remember. I might have, but I don't remember that.
Okay. In this case, you didn't observe any kind of signs of ligature, correct?
I did not know.
You can't say for certain that these were hands that caused any kind of injury here.
No, again, it's some type of blunt force injury, hands, fingers, some type of object.
It's not as if there's a handprint on the neck.
Correct, there's not.
You were talking about these scrapes on the neck earlier, right?
Yes,
And you were pointing to that as some of the evidence of why you believe hands could have been involved here, right?
correct.
Now, one of those scrapes was a crescent moon shape, right?
It did have a feature that could be associated with like a scratch type of what I call a scratch abrasion, yes.
Okay.
The one right in the middle of his neck. Yeah.
A scratch as if something is pulling downward.
Or upward, yeah, just from like fingernails. It could be very well from a fingernail. Yeah.
Okay, but you don't know that, right?
Not for certain, no.
There's no way of knowing that.
Objection, thank you.
The objection's overruled.
Again, the abrasions, they were from a blunt force type of injury, either hands, fingers, fist, or some type of object.
Okay. The scrapes on the neck, they were on the front, correct?
Yes,
You had one kind of under the chin.
yes,
And then you had a scrape on one side, right?
correct.
But not the other side.
Correct. They were mostly on the midline and on the right, yes.
And if the people would publish 607, please. And this is showing those scrapes we were just discussing, right?
Yes,
So there are 3 scrapes captured in this?
in this photo, yes. And then there's another one that's lower that the photo doesn't show, yes.
Now, you said that the shape of the one in the middle on the chin resembled a fingernail, right?
That does have a very characteristic look of a fingernail, yes. But I cannot be 100% certain for that.
Right. Because of the curvature of the scrape, it kind of looks like, if a person pressed their fingernail directly into the chin,
Yes.
right? The orientation of it would be a hand facing upward, right?
It could be the other way too, or on the side. Yep, that's hard to say.
Well, the crescent moon shape that you were just talking about is going up, right?
Barely, yes.
Okay.
It's more linear, but it has a slight upward turn. Yep.
So if it has an upward turn, you agree our nails go in that direction, right?
They do. I cannot be certain how the hand, if that is from a fingernail, how the hand was positioned. That's hard to say.
Yeah, that's just not information that you can discern just by looking at this, right?
No.
You testified earlier that this picture also shows petechiae,
It
correct?
does.
Specifically on kind of the chin going to the very top of the neck, right?
Yes,
Right around where these scrapes are.
correct.
Just to be clear, this redness that we're seeing on the left and right side of the neck, that is not an injury.
On the very back of his neck and the right and left side, just like you stated, that is not an injury. That's livor mortis, just pooling of the blood after someone dies.
Okay, so yeah, it's kind of starts in the back and is creeping forward into the front on the two sides.
Correct.
So that is from the livor mortis, that is not to you indicating any kind of strangulation.
Correct.
You can take this one down. Thank you. If the people could republish 606.
Our pointer was out of batteries, but we put new batteries in and it's still not working, but I'll offer you the new batteries if that's helpful for yours instead of having to jump.
I did have one, but it doesn't seem to show up on our very nice televisions.
Yeah, our nice televisions without a pointer, so. We have some kind of pointer, you're saying, from another courtroom? Okay, we're working on getting you a pointer, so
That would be great.
that'll be.
Thank you.
Everybody, thanks.
Thank you. So Dr. Havlick on this one, so this is People's Exhibit 606. This is another image of 3 abrasions that you were talking about, right?
Correct.
Those skin scrapes, as you called them, right?
Yes.
Again, we see this redness on the sides of the neck from livor mortis, right?
Yes.
And that's also the case of what we're seeing on the chest that's visible here, right?
Yes.
Also on the shoulders here.
Yes.
So that is none of that on that is indicating injury.
Correct.
Okay. We can take that one down too. So Dr. Havlick, do you still have Exhibit 333 in front of you?
Let's see. Was that the medical record thing?
Yes.
Okay, I found it.
I want to direct your attention over to page 3 of 4. It's discovery page 354.
Okay.
Now, what we have here are notes from the medical staff at St. Mary's, right?
Yes.
Documenting what they observed for their physical exam, right?
Yes.
Their physical exam of Martin when he came to their care on July 2nd, 2016.
Yes.
And when we take a look at their notes, we see that they describe petechiae, right?
Yes.
They describe several small petechial hemorrhages, correct?
Yes.
Specifically on the upper and lower eyelids
Yes.
and general around the eye.
Yes.
The physical exam from the medical professionals at St. Mary's did not note here petechiae on the chin.
I do not see that noted, no.
The medical professionals at St. Mary's also did not note petechiae on the neck.
I do not see that on here, no.
They also did not note any petechiae around the mouth.
I do not see that on here.
And they did not note any petechiae on the forehead.
Correct, they did not.
The only petechiae are these several small hemorrhages in the area of the eye, right?
Correct.
Now, you didn't see Martin's body at the same time that these medical professionals did, right?
It was shortly after, so a few hours after.
You did your
Well,
autopsy.
actually, you're right, 2 days after. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So, because your autopsy was on the holiday, right? July 4th
Yep.
of 2016. Now, by the time that you saw Martin's body, you saw petechiae in other locations than they documented, right?
Correct.
Now, when you saw Martin as well, that's when you noted those various abrasions on his body, right?
Correct.
The people introduced exhibits of 3 of them on the neck, right?
Yes.
We saw on our 6'4" mannequin that you saw abrasions elsewhere as well, right?
Yes.
Those are not noted in these records.
I do not see them on here, no.
But when you eventually did see Martin 2 days later, you did note these abrasions.
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to the last page of 333.
Okay. Discovery page 356.
Yes, thank you. So this, and if the people don't mind publishing that page. So it's 333 final page.
And the pointer arrived from the other.
The pointer
court.
arrived.
I'll need it.
I don't
Guess
think
it's a
we'll need it.
Mechanical one, but
Thank you.
sure.
All right, so what we're looking at here, Dr. Havlick, is documentation from the life-saving efforts that they did at St. Mary's, right?
Yes.
Martin came into their care at 11:02, according to this document, right? Or at 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock, yeah.
11 o'clock.
Yes.
And they immediately started CPR.
Yes.
A few minutes later, at 11:04, they inserted the tube that we were talking about, right?
Let's see. I don't actually see the tube documented that they inserted, unless I'm reading this wrong. I do not see the tube anywhere on here, but it certainly was in there.
Okay. It was inserted as part of CPR efforts, right?
Yes.
Because that's how they help make sure that Martin is breathing, right?
No, they insert the tube to try to get him to start breathing.
Right. And then they're doing compressions, right?
Yes.
So we have this tube to try to get oxygen into his system, and we have compressions on his chest, right?
Yes.
Now, those compressions on his chest are to kind of pump the heart, right?
Yes.
To get the blood circulating in his body again, right?
To try to, yes.
And they are doing this for 20 minutes, right?
Yes.
Every once in a while, they are also administering different drugs, right?
Are they? Epinephrine and bicarb, yes, and lidocaine also, yeah.
And they're periodically doing a pulse check, right?
Yes.
They're doing these efforts over and over the course of those 20 minutes
Yes,
until we get to time of death.
yes.
Now, that X-ray that you were referring to earlier, that happened in the course of these 20 minutes, right?
Yes.
It was part of when they were inserting the tube that was helpful for that process, right?
That X-ray was done essentially to make sure the tube was in the correct space. Yes.
Right. Now, what I'm seeing here is that the time of death is at 11:20.
Yes, that's when they pronounced him dead. Yes.
Okay. Now, on your autopsy, you use 11:40.
Okay, I did. I'd have to review that again, but
Yeah, so I think that exhibit's in front of you as well, 600.
okay, yes, we have the pronouncement time of 11:40. So either there's a 20-minute discrepancy between these notes. So it's possible. It would be interesting to see what the death certificate says, and I don't have that with me, but
Okay, so we're not sure if it's 11:20 or 11:40.
what were when the official pronouncement time was, correct?
And if we can scroll down to the bottom half of it. So again, so in that middle column, we have the notation of when CPR started and stopped, correct?
Correct.
And noted who did that intubation that we were talking about, right?
I do not see the intubation. Oh, I do see it now. Yes. So intubation, yes, 2302 by Risby. So that is some evidence that there was a tube inserted at 2302.
Okay. We weren't looking at the right spot on the form.
Yeah.
So it happened at the very beginning of this CPR.
Correct. Okay.
We can take that one down. Now, you testified that these abrasions that you saw 2 days later, right, were definitely not from medical intervention.
Everything taken into account, the petechiae, the external injuries and the internal injuries, no, they were not.
Okay. Martin's body was being handled, Martin was being handled by these various medical professionals for 20 minutes, right?
Yes.
Doing CPR on him, right?
Yes.
Inserting a tube down his throat, right?
Yes.
Transferring him, from the vehicle that he came in to the bed that they were treating him in, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that you can say with absolute certainty that at no point over those 20 minutes that any of the abrasions on his body could have been caused by some staff.
There could have been one or two, but not everything into account. The petechiae, the external injuries and internal injuries, no.
Okay, so you are saying that the scrapes could have been by medical intervention?
No. So one, maybe not all of them, and not the internal injuries and the external injuries.
Again, I'm not asking about the internal injuries right now. I'm asking about the source of these scrapes. You said earlier they were definitely, that all of them definitely were not from medical intervention. That's what you said, right?
No. So the constellation of findings, I don't operate in a box. Everything together was not caused by medical intervention.
Okay, so you're saying that one of the scrapes could be by medical intervention?
One, yes, possible.
Which one?
I don't know. Yeah.
2 of them could have been from medical.
Maybe.
3 of them could have been from medical.
Unlikely. Everything taken together was not from medical intervention.
Well, let's talk about where all of these scrapes are, right? You also said that that all of these scrapes all over his body occurred at the same time that he died.
There was a brown abrasion that looked older, maybe from several hours to a day or two, but all the others were around the time he died, yes.
Okay, about the time, earlier you said at the time that he died. So which
Yes,
is it?
correct. At the time he died, yes.
So he managed to scrape at the same time, both knees, his right elbow, his left elbow, 3 spots on his torso, 3 spots on his kind of chin to neck, and 1 spot on the other side of his neck. That's what you're saying.
All around the time he died, yes.
Could have been earlier in the day.
Unlikely. They were all very recent, all around the time he died.
Okay, so if he was, I don't know, bumped into the wall like a 6-year-old does 2 hours before he died.
Maybe the knee, maybe one of those, I guess it's possible, but they all look like around, and even that 2 hours, that's around the time he died.
Okay, so around the time he died, we're talking several hours over the course.
Several minutes, yeah.
Okay. You'd agree with me that abrasions on a person's knee are very normal injuries.
They are, yes,
Like if you trip and fall, right?
yes,
If you bump your knee on a coffee table, right?
yes,
If you are running around in the yard and you bump into something, right?
yes,
Same with these abrasions on the elbows, right? Or on the arms, excuse me.
he had on both his arms, yes,
Again, very commonplace to have injury, right? To have abrasions, excuse me.
yes. The ones on his arms and legs were very minor injuries.
Right. Very normal scrapes for a child.
I'm not sure if normal is the right word, but children have those abrasions, yes,
Yeah. One of them you said you thought was older, right?
correct.
Could have been from, bumping your elbow on the kitchen table, right?
Yes, that's possible.
Could have been playing in the pool and scuffing your elbow up somehow, right?
It's possible.
Just looking at these abrasions, you can't say where they came from.
They're all blunt force injuries, right?
Right. And I know blunt force injury, that's a specific term when we're talking about forensic pathology, right?
Right. A blunt force injury is anything from a hand, a fist, some type of object.
Right. It can be just bumping into something, right?
Sure.
That right there would be a blunt force.
Yes,
It doesn't have to be, somebody hitting someone.
it does not. No.
Okay. Now, the other kind of definitive statement you gave about these scrapes was that it was definitely while he was alive, right?
Yes,
Skin scrapes can occur on somebody after they have passed away, right?
yes. They look different though. They don't look like this. Yes,
They can have like a little bit more of like a yellowish tint to them, right?
this is true. Yes,
Oops. It can be hard to determine if a scrape occurred when somebody was alive or after they passed away, right?
it usually is not. It's usually fairly straightforward on most cases.
Okay. You would agree that it can be hard to determine.
On some cases, especially if there's some more advanced decomposition, more than what he had, it can be challenging. In most cases, it's pretty easily figured out.
Okay. So you've, of course, talked to the prosecution over the course of preparing for today's testimony, right?
Yes,
Multiple times, right?
a few times, less than a handful. Yeah.
One of those times was on October 22nd, correct?
I don't remember the day, but it was fairly recently. Yes.
It was a Google Meet meeting, if that helps.
Yes.
You had a Google Meet meeting with Miss Mayer, Mr. Zentner, and Miss Jordan Weimer, right?
Yes.
And those are some of the individuals seated to my right, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you had that conversation with them, there was not a jury in the room with you, right?
No.
It was just a conversation with the prosecution talking about this case,
Yes.
answering any kind of questions that they had to better understand the evidence.
Yes.
And when you were speaking with them, you told the prosecution that it can be hard to determine when an abrasion took place, if someone is alive or dead.
Again, on some cases, not on this case, but on some cases, yes.
Okay. You also told them that you thought those abrasions occurred when Martin was probably alive, right?
If I use the word probably, I didn't mean that. Again, all these injuries were from when he was alive.
So today, your testimony is 100% certainty these are from when he was alive.
Yes.
A week ago, when you weren't in front of the jury, it was probably when he was alive.
I don't remember saying that.
And Your Honor, I just took a look at the clock here. Before I go into the next chapter, I think now would be a good time to stop
Okay.
for the
It's
day.
about 7 minutes to 5, and so you're expecting to go for quite a while. So.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we do have a 9 o'clock start time on Monday. And if you could please be back at the jury commissioner's office at 8:45, I'd appreciate it. And then that's always on the 3rd floor, and then she'll bring you up to the jury room. I hope you all have a good weekend. We'll see you back Monday morning. Thanks. Please rise for our jury. For the record, our jury's left the courtroom. Dr. If you could be back at 9 o'clock Monday, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Anything else for the record before we recess, or
Your Honor, yes.
Mr. Zentner?
Oh. We're just checking on a doctor's scheduling issue.
Okay, thank you.
The defense doesn't have anything.
Nothing, okay. Mr. Zentner, do you still have something?
Yes.
Oh, you can go ahead.
Oh, I misinterpreted what you asked.
Okay, you have nothing.
I'm good.
Okay, thanks. I will be in recess until Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.